Tonight, some stories begin with pain so small no one takes it seriously, a whisper that turns into something you cannot escape, a life broken yet waiting for a miracle, a dream that falls only to rise again in a different form, a light forgotten, buried under dust, still burning inside. Some suffer, some endure, some are changed forever. But not every pain comes to destroy you. Some come to wake you up. So just listen and let these strange, dark, and quietly powerful stories carry you into sleep. Aunty Toothache, where did we get this story? Would you like to know? We got it from the basket that the waste paper is thrown into. Many a good and rare book has been taken to the delicatessen store and the grocer's, not to be read, but to be used as wrapping paper for starch and coffee beans, for salted herring, butter, and cheese. Used writing paper has also been found suitable. Frequently, one throws into the waste paper basket what ought not to go there. I know a grocer's assistant, the son of a delicatessen store owner. He has worked his way up from serving in the cellar to serving in the front shop. He is a well-read person, his reading consisting of the printed and written matter to be found on the paper used for wrapping. He has an interesting collection consisting of several important official documents from the waste paper baskets of busy and absent-minded officials, a few confidential letters from one lady friend to another, reports of scandal which were not to go further, not to be mentioned by a soul. He is a living salvage institution for more than a little of our literature, and his collection covers a wide field. He has the run of his parents' shop and that of his present master, and has there saved many a book, or leaves of a book, well worth reading twice. He has shown me his collection of printed and written matter from the waste paper basket, the most valued items of which have come from the delicatessen store. A couple of leaves from a large composition book lay among the collection. The unusually clear and neat handwriting attracted my attention at once. This was written by the student, he said. The student who lived opposite here and died about a month ago. He suffered terribly from toothache, as one can see. It is quite amusing to read. This is only a small part of what he wrote. There was a whole book, and more besides. My parents gave the student's landlady ½ pound of green soap for it. This is what I have been able to save of it. I borrowed it, I read it, and now I tell it. The title was Aunty Toothache. Auntie gave me sweets when I was little. My teeth could stand it then. It didn't hurt them. Now I am older, am a student, and still she goes on spoiling me with sweets. She says, I am a poet. I have something of the poet in me, but not enough. Often, when I go walking along the city streets, it seems to me as if I am walking in a big library. The houses are the bookshelves, and every floor is a shelf with books. There stands a story of everyday life. Next to it is a good old comedy, and there are works of all scientific branches, bad literature and good reading. I can dream and philosophize among all this literature. There is something of the poet in me, but not enough. No doubt many people have just as much of it in them as I, though they do not carry a sign or a necktie with the word poet on it. They and I have been given a divine gift, a blessing great enough to satisfy oneself, but altogether too little to be portioned out again to others. It comes like a ray of sunlight and fills one's soul and thoughts. It comes like the fragrance of a flower, like a melody that one knows and yet cannot remember from where. The other evening, I sat in my room and felt an urge to read, but I had no book, no paper. Just then, a leaf fresh and green fell from the lime tree, and the breeze carried it in through the window to me. I examined the many veins in it. A little insect was crawling across them, as if it were making a thorough study of the leaf. This made me think of man's wisdom. We also crawl about on a leaf. Our knowledge is limited to that only, and yet we unhesitatingly deliver a lecture on the whole big tree. The root, the trunk, and the crown, the great tree comprised of God, the world, and immortality. And of all this, we know only a little leaf. As I was sitting there, I received a visit from Aunty Mila. I showed her the leaf with the insect and told her of my thoughts in connection with these. And her eyes lit up. "You are a poet," she said. "Perhaps the greatest we have. If I should live to see this, I would go to my grave gladly. Ever since the brewer Rasmussen's funeral, you have amazed me with your powerful imagination." So said Aunty Mila, and she then kissed me. Who was Aunty Mila? And who was Rasmussen, the brewer, the second? We children always called our mother's aunt Auntie. We had no other name for her. She gave us jam and sweets, although they were very injurious to our teeth. But the dear children were her weakness, she said. It was cruel to deny them a few sweets when they were so fond of them. And that's why we loved Aunty so much. She was an old maid. As far back as I can remember, she was always old. Her age never seemed to change. In earlier years, she had suffered a great deal from toothache, and she always spoke about it. And so it happened that her friend the brewer, Rasmussen, who was a great wit, called her Aunty Toothache. He had retired from the brewing business some years before and was then living on the interest of his money. He frequently visited Aunty. He was older than she. He had no teeth at all, only a few black stumps. When a child, he had eaten too much sugar. He told us children, and that's how he came to look as he did. Aunty could surely never have eaten sugar in her childhood, for she had the most beautiful white teeth. She took great care of them, and she did not sleep with them at night, said Rasmussen the brewer. We children knew that this was said in malice, but Aunty said he did not mean anything by it. One morning at the breakfast table, she told us of a terrible dream she had had during the night in which one of her teeth had fallen out. That means, she said, that I shall lose a true friend. Was it a false tooth? Asked the brewer with a chuckle. If so, it can only mean that you will lose a false friend. You are an insolent old man, said Aunty, angrier than I had seen her before or ever have since. She later told us that her old friend had only been teasing her. He was the finest man on earth, and when he died, he would become one of God's little angels in heaven. I thought a good deal of this transformation and wondered if I would be able to recognize him in this new character. When Aunty and he had been young, he had proposed to her. She had settled down to think it over, had thought too long, and had become an old maid, but always remained his true friend. And then Brewer Rasmussen died. He was taken to his grave in the most expensive hearse and was followed by a great number of folks, including people with orders and in uniform. Aunty stood dressed in mourning by the window, together with all of us children, except our little brother, whom the stork had brought a week before. When the hearse and the procession had passed, and the street was empty, Aunty wanted to go away from the window, but I did not want to. I was waiting for the angel Rasmussen, the brewer. Surely he had by now become one of God's bewinged little children and would appear. Aunty, I said, don't you think that he will come now? Or that when the stork again brings us a little brother, he'll then bring us the angel? Rasmussen. Aunty was quite overwhelmed by my imagination and said, "That child will become a great poet." And this she kept repeating all the time I went to school, and even after my confirmation, and yes, still does now that I am a student. She was and is, to me, the most sympathetic of friends, both in my poetical troubles and dental troubles, for I have attacks of both. "Just write down all your thoughts," she said, "and put them in the table drawer." That's what Jean-Paul did. He became a great poet, though I don't admire him. He does not excite one. You must be exciting. Yes, you will be exciting. The night after she said this, I lay awake, full of longings and anguish, with anxiety and fond hopes to become the great poet that Aunty saw and perceived in me. I went through all the pains of a poet, but there is an even greater pain, toothache, and it was grinding and crushing me. I became a writhing worm with a bag of herbs and a mustard plaster. "I know all about it," said Aunty. There was a sorrowful smile on her lips, and her white teeth glistened. But I must begin a new chapter in my own and my aunt's story. 3. I had moved to a new flat and had been living there a month. I was telling Aunty about it. I live with a quiet family. They pay no attention to me, even if I ring 3 times. Besides, it is a noisy house, full of sounds and disturbances caused by the weather, the wind, and the people. I live just above the street gate. Every carriage that drives out or in makes the pictures on the walls move about. The gate bangs and shakes the house as if there were an earthquake. If I am in bed, the shocks go right through all my limbs. But that is said to be strengthening to the nerves. If the wind blows, and it is always blowing in this country, the long window hooks outside swing to and fro and strike against the wall. The bell on the gate to the neighbor's yard rings with every gust of wind. The people who live in the house come home at all hours, from late in the evening until far into the night. The lodger just above me, who in the daytime gives lessons on the trombone, comes home the latest and does not go to bed before he has taken a little midnight promenade with heavy steps and in iron-heeled shoes. There are no double windows. There is a broken pane in my room, over which the landlady has pasted some paper, but the wind blows through the crack despite that, and produces a sound similar to that of a buzzing wasp. It is like the sort of music that makes one go to sleep. If at last I fall asleep, I am soon awakened by the crowing of the cocks. From the cellarman's hen coop, the cocks and hens announce that it will soon be morning. The small ponies, which have no stable but are tied up in the storeroom under the staircase, kick against the door and the paneling as they move about. The day dawns. The porter who lives with his family in the attic comes thundering down the stairs. His wooden shoes clatter. The gate bangs, and the house shakes. And when all this is over, the lodger above begins to occupy himself with gymnastic exercises. He lifts a heavy iron ball in each hand, but he is not able to hold on to them, and they are continually falling on the floor, while at the same time the young folks in the house who are going to school come screaming with all their might. I go to the window and open it to get some fresh air, and it is most refreshing when I can get it, and when the young woman in the back building is not washing gloves in soap suds by which she earns her livelihood. Otherwise, it is a pleasant house, and I live with a quiet family. This was the report I gave Aunty about my flat, though it was livelier at the time, for the spoken word has a fresher sound than the written. "You are a poet," cried Aunty. "Just write down all you have said, and you will be as good as Dickens. Indeed, to me, you are much more interesting. You paint when you speak. You describe your house so that one can see it. It makes one shudder. Go on with your poetry. Put some living beings into it. People, charming people, especially unhappy ones." I wrote down my description of the house as it stands, with all its sounds, its noises, but included only myself. There was no plot in it. That came later. 4. It was during winter time, late at night, after theater hours. It was terrible weather. A snowstorm raged so that one could hardly move along. Aunty had gone to the theater, and I went there to take her home. It was difficult for one to get anywhere, to say nothing of helping another. All the hiring carriages were engaged. Aunty lived in a distant section of the town, while my dwelling was close to the theater. Had this not been the case, we would have had to take refuge in a sentry box for a while. We trudged along in the deep snow while the snowflakes whirled around us. I had to lift her hold onto her and push her along. Only twice did we fall, but we fell on the soft snow. We reached my gate, where we shook some of the snow from ourselves. On the stairs, too, we shook some off, and yet there was still enough almost to cover the floor of the anteroom. We took off our overcoats and boots, and what other clothes might be removed. The landlady lent Auntie dry stockings and a nightcap. This she would need, said the landlady, and added that it would be impossible for my aunt to get home that night, which was true. Then she asked Auntie to make use of her parlor, where she would prepare a bed for her on the sofa in front of the door that led into my room, and that was always kept locked. And so she stayed. The fire burned in my stove. The tea urn was placed on the table, and the little room became cozy, if not as cozy as Auntie's own room, where in the wintertime there are heavy curtains before the door, heavy curtains before the windows, and double carpets on the floor with 3 layers of thick paper underneath. One sits there as if in a well-corked bottle full of warm air. Still, as I have said, it was also cozy at my place, while outside the wind was whistling. Auntie talked and reminisced. She recalled the days of her youth. The brewer came back. Many old memories were revived. She could remember the time I got my first tooth and the family's delight over it. My first tooth. The tooth of innocence, shining like a little drop of milk. The milk tooth. When one had come, several more came, a whole rank of them, side by side, appearing both above and below. The finest of children's teeth, though these were only the vanguard, not the real teeth which have to last one's whole lifetime. Then those also appeared, and the wisdom teeth as well, the flank men of each rank, born in pain and great tribulation. They disappear too sometimes, every one of them. They disappear before their time of service is up. And when the very last one goes, that is far from a happy day. It is a day for mourning. And so then, one considers himself old even if he feels young. Such thoughts and talk are not pleasant. Yet we came to talk about all this. We went back to the days of my childhood and talked and talked. It was 12 o'clock before Auntie went to rest in the room nearby. "Good night, my sweet child," she called. "I shall now sleep as if I were in my own bed." And she slept peacefully. But otherwise, there was no peace, either in the house or outside. The storm rattled the windows, struck the long, dangling iron hooks against the house, and rang the neighbor's backyard bell. The lodger upstairs had come home. He was still taking his little nightly tour up and down the room. He then kicked off his boots and went to bed and to sleep. But he snores so that anyone with good ears can hear him through the ceiling. I found no rest, no peace. The weather did not rest either. It was lively. The wind howled and sang in its own way. My teeth also began to be lively, and they hummed and sang in their way. An awful toothache was coming on. There was a draft from the window. The moon shone in upon the floor. The light came and went as the clouds came and went in the stormy weather. There was a restless change of light and shadow, but at last the shadow on the floor began to take shape. I stared at the moving form and felt an icy cold wind against my face. On the floor sat a figure, thin and long, like something a child would draw with a pencil on a slate. Something supposed to look like a person, a single thin line forming the body, another 2 lines, the arms, each leg being but a single line, and the head having a polygonal shape. The figure soon became more distinct. It had a very thin, very fine sort of cloth draped around it, clearly showing that the figure was that of a female. I heard a buzzing sound. Was it she? Or the wind which was buzzing like a hornet through the crack in the pane? No, it was she. Madame Toothache herself. Her terrible highness, Satania Infernalis. God deliver and preserve us from her. It is good to be here, she buzzed. These are nice quarters. Mossy ground, fenny ground. Gnats have been buzzing around here with poison in their stings. And now I am here with such a sting. It must be sharpened on human teeth. Those belonging to the fellow in bed here shine so brightly. They have defied sweet and sour things, heat and cold nutshells and plum stones. But I shall shake them, make them quake, feed their roots with draughty winds, and give them cold feet. That was a frightening speech. She was a terrible visitor. So you are a poet, she said. Well, I'll make you well versed in all the poetry of toothache. I'll thrust iron and steel into your body. I'll seize all the fibers of your nerves. I then felt as if a red-hot awl were being driven into my jawbone. I writhed and twisted. A splendid set of teeth, she said, just like an organ to play upon. We shall have a grand concert with Jews' harps, kettle drums, and trumpets, piccolo flute, and a trombone. in the wisdom tooth. Grand poet, grand music. And then she started to play. She looked terrible, even if one did not see more of her than her hand. The shadowy, gray, ice-cold hand with the long, thin, pointed fingers. Each of them was an instrument of torture. The thumb and the forefinger were the pincers and wrench. The middle finger ended in a pointed awl. The ring finger was a drill, and the little finger squirted gnats' poison. "I am going to teach you meter," she said. "A great poet must have a great toothache. A little poet, a little toothache. Oh, let me be a little poet," I begged. "Let me be nothing at all. And I am not a poet. I have only fits of poetry, like fits of toothache. Go away, go away. Will you acknowledge, then, that I am mightier than poetry, philosophy, mathematics, and all the music," she said. "Mightier than all those notions that are painted on canvas or carved in marble. I am older than every one of them. I was born close to the Garden of Paradise, just outside where the wind blew and the wet toadstools grew. It was I who made Eve wear clothes in the cold weather, and Adam also. Believe me, there was power in the first toothache." "I believe it all," I said. "But go away, go away. Yes, if you will give up being a poet, never put verse on paper, slate, or any sort of writing material, then I will let you off. But I'll come again if you write poetry. I swear," I said. "Only let me never see or feel you any more. See me you shall, but in a more substantial shape, in a shape more dear to you than I am now. You shall see me as Aunty Mila, and I shall say, 'Write poetry, my sweet boy. You are a great poet, perhaps the greatest we have. But if you believe me and begin to write poetry, then I will set music to your verses and play them on your mouth harp. You sweet child, remember me when you see Aunty Mila." Then she disappeared. At our parting, I received a thrust through my jawbone, like that of a red-hot awl. But it soon subsided, and then I felt as if I were gliding along the smooth water. I saw the white water lilies with their large green leaves bending and sinking down under me. They withered and dissolved, and I sank too and dissolved into peace and rest. To die and melt away like snow resounded in the water. to evaporate into air, to drift away like the clouds. Great glowing names and inscriptions on waving banners of victory, the letters patent of immortality written on the wing of an ephemera shone down to me through the water. The sleep was deep, asleep now, without dreams. I did not hear the whistling wind, the banging gate, the ringing of the neighbor's gate bell, or the lodger's strenuous gymnastics. What happiness! Then came a gust of wind so strong that the locked door to Auntie's room burst open. Auntie jumped up, put on her shoes, got dressed, and came into my room. I was sleeping like one of God's angels, she said, and she had not the heart to awaken me. I later awoke by myself and opened my eyes. I had completely forgotten that Auntie was in the house, but I soon remembered it, and then remembered my toothache vision. Dream and reality were blended. I suppose you did not write anything last night after we said good night, she said. I wish you had. You are my poet, and shall always be. It seemed to me that she smiled rather slyly. I did not know if it was the kindly Auntie Mila who loved me, or the terrible one to whom I had made the promise the night before. Have you written any poetry, sweet child? No, no, I shouted. You are Auntie Mila, aren't you? Who else? She said. And it was Auntie Mila. She kissed me, got into a carriage, and drove home. I wrote down what is written here. It is not in verse, and it will never be printed. Yes, here ended the manuscript. My young friend, the grocer's assistant, could not find the missing sheets. They had gone out into the world, like the papers around the salted herring, the butter, and the green soap. They had fulfilled their destiny. The brewer is dead. Auntie is dead. The student is dead. He whose sparks of genius went into the basket. This is the end of the story of Aunty Toothache. The Cripple. There was an old manor house where a young, splendid family lived. They had riches and many blessings. They liked to enjoy themselves, and yet they did a lot of good. They wanted to make everybody happy as they themselves were. On Christmas Eve, a beautifully decorated Christmas tree stood in the large old hall, where fire burned in the fireplaces, and fir branches were hung around the old paintings. Here gathered the family and their guests. Here they sang and danced. The Christmas festivities had already been well underway earlier in the evening in the servants' quarters. Here also stood a large fire tree with lighted red and white candles, small Danish flags, swans, and fishing nets cut out of colored paper and filled with candies and other sweets. The poor children from the parish had been invited, and each had its mother along. The mothers didn't pay much attention to the Christmas tree, but looked rather at the Christmas table, where there lay woolen and linen cloths for dresses and trousers. Yes, the mothers and the older children looked at this. Only the smallest children stretched out their hands toward the candles, the tinsel, and the flags. This whole gathering had come early in the afternoon. They had been served Christmas porridge and roasted goose with red cabbage. Then, when the Christmas tree had been looked over and the gifts distributed, each got a small glass of punch and apple-filled able-skiver. When they returned to their own humble rooms, they talked about the good living, by which they meant the good food they had had, and the presents were again thoroughly inspected. Now among these folks were Garden Kirsten and Garden Ole. They were married and earned their lodging and their daily bread by weeding and digging in the manor house garden. At every Christmas party, they received a goodly share of the gifts, but then they had 5 children, and all 5 of them were clothed by the wealthy family. Our masters are generous people, they said, but then they can afford it, and they get pleasure out of it. The 4 children received some good clothing to wear, said Garden Ole. But why is there nothing here for the cripple? They always used to think of him too, even if he wasn't at the party. It was the eldest of the children they called the Cripple, although his name was Hans. When little, he had been the most able and the liveliest child, but all of a sudden, he had become loose in the legs, as they called it. He could neither walk nor stand, and now he had been lying in bed for nearly 5 years. Yes, I got something for him too, said the mother, but it's nothing much. It is only a book for him to read. That won't make him fat, said the father, but Hans was happy for it. He was a very bright boy who enjoyed reading, but who also used his time for working, doing as much as he, who always had to lie bedridden, could to be of some benefit. He was useful with his hands knitted woolen stockings, and yes, even whole bed covers. The lady at the manor house had praised him and bought them. It was a book of fairy tales Hans had received. In it, there was much to read and much to think about. It is of no use here in this house, said the parents, but let him read, for it passes the time and he can't always be knitting stockings. Spring came, Green leaves and flowers began to sprout, and the weeds too, as one may call the nettles, even if the psalm speaks so nicely about them. If every king with power and might marched forth in stately row, they could not make the smallest leaf upon a nettle grow. There was much to do in the manor house garden, not only for the gardener and his apprentices, but also for Garden Kirsten and Garden Ole. It's a lot of hard work, they said. No sooner have we raked the walks and made them look nice than they are stepped on again. There is such a run of visitors at the manor house. How much it must cost. But the owners are rich people. Things are strangely divided, said Ole. We are our Lord's children, says the pastor. Why such a difference then? That comes from the fall of man, said Kirsten. In the evening, they talked about it again, while Cripple Hans was reading his book of fairy tales. Hard times, work, and toil had made the parents not only hard in the hands, but also hard in their judgment and opinion. They couldn't understand, and consequently couldn't explain the matter clearly. And as they talked, they became more peevish and angry. Some people are prosperous and happy. Others live in poverty. Why should we suffer because of our first parents' curiosity and disobedience? We would not have behaved as those two did. Yes, we would, said Cripple Hans all of a sudden. It is all here in this book. What's in the book? Asked the parents, and Hans read for them the old fairy tale about the woodcutter and his wife. They too argued about Adam's and Eve's curiosity, which was the cause of their misfortune also. The king of the country then came by. Follow me home, he said, and you shall be as well off as I with a 7-course dinner and a course for display. That course is in a closed tureen, and you must not touch it, for if you do, your days of leisure are over. What can there be in the tureen? Said the wife. That's none of our business, said the husband. Well, I'm not inquisitive, said the woman, but I would like to know why we don't dare lift the lid. It must be something delicious. I only hope there is nothing mechanical about it, said the man, such as a pistol shot, which goes off and awakens the whole house. Oh my, said the woman, and she didn't touch the tureen. But during the night, she dreamed that the lid lifted itself, and from the tureen came an odor of the most wonderful punch, such as is served at weddings and funerals. In it lay a large silver coin, bearing the following inscription: "If you drink of this punch, you will become the 2 richest people in the world, and all other people will become beggars." Just then, the woman awoke and told her husband about her dream. "You think too much about that thing," he said. "We could lift it gently," said the woman. "Gently," said the man. And the woman lifted the lid very, very gently. Then 2 small, sprightly mice sprang out and disappeared into a mouse hole. "Good night," said the king. "Now you can go home and lie in your own bed. Don't blame Adam and Eve anymore. You 2 have been just as inquisitive and ungrateful. Where has that story in the book come from?" said Garden Ole. "It sounds as if it were meant for us. It is something to think about." The next day, they went to work again, and they were roasted by the sun and soaked to the skin by the rain. Within them were grumbling thoughts as they pondered over the story. The evening was still light at home after they had eaten their milk porridge. "Read the story about the woodcutter to us again," said Garden Ole. "But there are so many other beautiful stories in this book," said Hans. "So many you don't know." "Yes, but those I don't care about," said Garden Ole. "I want to hear the one I know." And he and his wife heard it again. More than one evening, they returned to that story. "It doesn't quite make everything clear to me," said Garden Ole. "It's the same with people as it is with sweet milk when it sours. Some becomes fine cheese, and the other only the thin, watery whey. So it is with people. Some are lucky in everything they do, live high all their lives, and know no sorrow or want." This Cripple Hans heard. His legs were weak, but his mind was bright. He read for them from his book of fairy tales, read about the man without sorrow and want. Yes, where could he be found? For found he must be. The king lay on his sick bed and could not be cured unless he wore the shirt that had belonged to and been worn on the body of a man who could truthfully say that he had never known sorrow or want. A command was sent to every country in the world, to all castles and manors, to all prosperous and happy people. But upon thorough questioning, every one of them was found to have known sorrow and want. "I haven't," said the swineherd, who sat laughing and singing on the edge of the ditch. "I'm the happiest person." "Then give us your shirt," said the messengers. "You will be paid for it with half of a kingdom." But he had no shirt at all, and yet he called himself the happiest person. "He was a fine fellow," shouted Garden Ole, and he and his wife laughed as they hadn't laughed for years. Then the schoolmaster came by. "How pleased you are," he said. "That is unusual in this house. Have you won a prize in the lottery, Hussa?" "No, it isn't that sort of pleasure," said Garden Ole. "It is because Hans has been reading to us from his book of fairy tales. He read about the man without sorrow and want. And that fellow had no shirt. Your eyes get moist when you hear such things, and from a printed book, at that, everyone has a load to carry. One is not alone in that. That at least is a comfort." "Where did you get that book?" asked the schoolmaster. "Our Hans got it at Christmas time over a year ago. The Manor House family gave it to him. They know he likes reading, and of course that he is a cripple. At the time, we would rather have seen him get 2 linen shirts. But that book is unusual. It can almost answer one's thoughts." The schoolmaster took the book and opened it. "Let's have the same story again," said Garden Ole. "I don't quite get it yet." And then he must also read the one about the woodcutter. These 2 stories were enough for Ole. They were like 2 sunbeams pouring into that humble room, into the oppressed thoughts that had made them cross and grumbly. Hans had read the whole book, read it many times. The fairy tales carried him out into the world, where he of course could not go because his legs would not carry him. The schoolmaster sat beside his bed. They talked together, and both of them enjoyed it. From that day on, the schoolmaster visited Hans often when his parents were at work. And every time he came, it was a great treat for the boy. How attentively he listened to what the old man told him about the size of the world and about its many countries, and that the sun was nearly 500,000 times larger than the earth, and so far away that a cannonball in its course would take 25 years to travel from the sun to the earth, while the light beams could reach the earth in 8 minutes. Of course, every studious schoolboy knew all that. But to Hans, this was all new, and even more wonderful than what he had read in the book of fairy tales. 2 or 3 times a year, the schoolmaster dined with the Manor House family, And on one of these occasions, he told of how important the book of fairy tales was in the poor house, how alone 2 stories in it had been the means of spiritual awakening and blessing that the sickly, clever little boy had through his reading brought meditation and joy into the house. When the schoolmaster departed from the manor house, the lady pressed 2 shiny silver dollars in his hand for little Hans. "Father and mother must have them," said the boy when the schoolmaster brought him the money. And Garden Ole and Garden Kirsten both said, "Cripple Hans, after all, is also a prophet and a blessing to us." A couple of days later, when the parents were away at work at the manor house, the owner's carriage stopped outside. It was the kind-hearted lady who came happy that her Christmas gift had afforded so much comfort and pleasure to the boy and his parents. She brought fine bread fruit and a bottle of sweet syrup. But what was still more wonderful, she brought him in a gilded cage, a little blackbird which whistled quite charmingly. The bird cage was placed on the old cabinet close by the boy's bed. There he could see and hear the bird. Yes, and people way out on the highway could hear it sing. Garden Ole and Garden Kirsten didn't return home until after the lady had driven away. Even though they saw how happy Hans was, they thought there would only be trouble with the present he had received. "Rich people don't think very clearly," they said. "Now we have that to look after. Cripple Hans can't do it. In the end, the cat will get it." 8 days went by, and still another 8 days. During that time, the cat was often in the room, without frightening the bird, to say nothing of not harming it. Then, one day, a great event occurred. It was in the afternoon, while the parents and the other children were at work, and Hans was quite alone. He had the book of fairy tales in his hand, and was reading about the fisherman's wife who got her wishes fulfilled. She wished to be king, and that she became. She wished to be emperor, and that too she became. But then she wished to be the good Lord, and thereupon she again sat in the muddy ditch she had come from. Now that story had nothing whatsoever to do with the bird or the cat, but it happened to be the story he was reading when this occurrence took place. He always remembered that afterward. The cage stood on the cabinet, and the cat stood on the floor and stared with its yellow-green eyes at the bird. There was something in the cat's look that seemed to say, "How beautiful you are. "I'd like to eat you," that Hans understood. He could read it in the cat's face. "Get away, cat," he shouted. "You get out of this room." It looked as if the cat were getting ready to leap. Hans couldn't reach it and had nothing to throw at it but his greatest treasure, the book of fairy tales. This he threw, but the cover was loose and flew to one side, while the book itself, with all its leaves, flew to the other side. The cat slowly stepped backward in the room and looked at Hans as if to say, "Don't get yourself mixed up in this matter. Little Hans, I can walk and I can jump. You can do neither." Hans was greatly worried and kept his eyes on the cat, while the bird also became uneasy. There wasn't a person he could call. It seemed as if the cat knew that, and it prepared itself to jump again. Hans shook his bed cover at it. He could remember use his hands, but the cat paid no attention to the bed cover. And after Hans had thrown it without avail, the cat leaped up onto the chair and onto the sill. There it was, closer to the bird. Hans could feel his own warm blood rushing through his body, but that he didn't think of. He thought only about the cat and the bird. The boy could not get out of bed without help, nor, of course, could he stand on his legs, much less walk. It was as if his heart turned inside him when he saw the cat leap straight from the window onto the cabinet and push the cage so that it overturned. The bird fluttered about bewilderedly in the cage. Hans screamed. A great shock went through him, and without thinking about it, he sprang out of bed, moved toward the cabinet, chased the cat down, and got hold of the cage where the bird was flying about in great fear. Holding the cage in his hand, he ran out of the door onto the road. Then tears streamed from his eyes, and joyously he shouted, "I can walk! I can walk!" He had recovered the use of his limbs. Such a thing can happen, and it had indeed happened to Hans. The schoolmaster lived nearby, and to him he ran on his bare feet, clad only in his shirt and jacket, and with the bird in the cage. "I can walk!" he shouted. "Oh Lord my God!" and he cried out of sheer joy. And there was joy in the house of Garden Ole and Garden. Kirsten, we shall never live to see a happier day, said both of them. Hans was called to the manor house. He had not walked that road for many years. The trees and the nut bushes, which he knew so well, seemed to nod to him and say, "Good day, Hans. Welcome back out here." The sun shone on his face and right into his heart. The owners of the manor house That young blessed couple let him sit with them and looked as happy as if he were one of their own family. But the happiest of the two was the lady, for she had given him the book of fairy tales and the little songbird. The bird was now dead, having died of fright, but it had been the means of getting his health back. And the book had brought the awakening to him and his parents. He still had it, and he wanted to keep it and read it, no matter how old he became. Now he also could be of help to his family. He wanted to learn a trade. Most of all, he wanted to be a bookbinder because, he said, then I can get all the new books to read. Later in the afternoon, the lady called both his parents up to her. She and her husband had talked about Hans. He was a fine and clever boy with a keen appreciation of reading and a capacity for learning. Our Lord always rewards the good. That evening, the parents were really happy when they returned home from the manor house, especially Kirsten. But the following week, she cried, for then little Hans went away. He was dressed in good new clothes. He was a good boy, but now he must travel far away across the sea, go to school, and learn Latin. And many years would pass before they would see him again. The book of fairy tales he did not take with him because his parents wanted to keep that in remembrance, and the father often read from it, but only the 2 stories for those he understood. And they had letters from Hans, each one happier than the last. He lived with nice people in good circumstances, but best of all, he liked to go to school. There was so much to learn and to know. He only wished to live to be 100 years old and eventually to become a schoolmaster. If we could only live to see it, said the parents, and held each other's hands. Just think of what has happened to Hans, said Ole. Our Lord thinks also of the poor man's child. And to think that this should have happened to the cripple. Isn't it? As if Hans might have read it for us from the book of fairy tales. The Flea and the Professor. Once there was an aeronaut, a man who had spent half his life among the clouds and believed himself almost a citizen of the sky. But fate, that mischievous wind that blows where it pleases, turned against him. One terrible afternoon, his balloon burst like a thunderclap, the silk tearing open, as if the heavens themselves rejected him. He was hurled downward, spinning through the air, until the earth received him roughly, but spared his life. Only 2 minutes earlier, he had sent his young son down by parachute, a wise and lucky act, for the boy landed unharmed. He was clever and daring, quick with his hands, and he already knew the trade of ballooning almost as well as his father. But now, with the balloon in tatters and no coin to repair or replace it, he was left earthbound. Live he must. And so, the young man turned to other wonders. He practiced sleight of hand and the art of ventriloquism, throwing his voice so skillfully that people swore the very walls spoke back. He was handsome and lively. When he grew a mustache and dressed in his finest clothes, one might have mistaken him for the son of a nobleman. The ladies certainly did. One in particular, young and impulsive, was so taken by his charm that she left her home and ran away with him across the sea. In that new land, he called himself the Professor, for a man who makes others marvel deserves a title. He performed in taverns, on bright fairgrounds, and later in small theaters, dazzling audiences with illusions and clever talk. Yet every evening, when the crowds were gone and the applause faded, he and his little wife would sit by their single candle and dream of the sky. If only we could have a balloon again, he said. We'd float wherever the wind would take us. Oh, if only we could, she whispered. It will come, he said with hope. We are still young, and I am a professor. Crumbs are also bread, she replied, smiling faintly, for she was the more practical of the two. She helped him faithfully, selling tickets at the door while shivering in the winter cold. She even took part in his act. During one trick, he would pretend to make her vanish by placing her into a great table drawer. She would crawl into the hidden compartment unseen by the audience. But one evening, when he pulled open the drawer, she had vanished for real. She was not in the front, nor the back, nor anywhere in the house. She had grown tired of the endless wandering, the tricks, the hunger, and she never returned. The professor's laughter soon faded. Without her, the jokes felt hollow, and the people stopped coming. His fine clothes wore thin, his hands grew weary, and his purse lay empty. All that remained to him was a flea, a large one that had once belonged to his wife. Out of loneliness, he began to train it. He taught it to salute like a soldier and even to fire a tiny cannon no bigger than a thimble. The flea learned quickly. It became proud of its skill, and the professor grew proud of it in turn. Together, they traveled from town to town. Princes and princesses came to see this marvelous flea that could perform like a man. Newspapers wrote about it, posters praised it, and people called it the famous flea. The professor, too, became famous again, though he still rode in the cheapest train carriages. Despite the poverty, the two were bound by friendship. They promised never to part. "You shall remain a bachelor," said the professor, "and I a widower. That makes us even." They kept their pact and continued to wander, showing their act to all the civilized nations. At last, only the savage lands remained unexplored. "Let's go there," said the professor. "They eat Christians, but I am hardly one, and you, my flea, are hardly a man. We might do splendidly." So they went by steamship and sailboat, and the flea performed along the way, earning their passage. At last, they reached a strange country ruled by a princess no older than 8. She was beautiful and terrible clever and rude, and she ruled even her parents with a sharp little tongue. When she saw the flea present arms and fire his cannon, she clapped her hands and cried, "Him or nobody, I will have him for my companion." Her father sighed. "If only we could make a man of him." "Leave that to me, old fellow," said the princess boldly, for she was a savage child indeed. She tied a strand of her golden hair to the flea's leg and fastened the other end to the coral pendant in her ear. "Now you are my husband," she said sweetly, "and you shall rule with me. But if you disobey, I'll kill you and eat the professor." Poor professor. He was given a sugar-cane house to live in, with walls he could lick, but did not, for he disliked sweets. He lay in a hammock that swayed gently, and it reminded him of his lost balloon. Day after day, he dreamed of the sky. Meanwhile, the princess doted on her flea. It perched upon her hand, her shoulder, her fair neck, and she laughed with childish delight. To her, life was a game. To the professor, it was a prison. He was fed delicacies: roasted giraffe, leg elephant eyes, bird eggs, and on feast days, shoulder of child with pepper sauce which the queen assured him was the most refined of dishes. But he had lost his appetite for marvels and for horror alike. He longed to escape, but he could not leave without his flea. Without that tiny creature, he was nothing. So he devised a plan. "Your Majesty," he said, one day to the princess's father, "allow me to teach your people refinement, the art of presenting themselves before royalty. It is the mark of civilized nations." "Could I learn it too?" asked the king eagerly. "Not quite proper," said the professor, "but perhaps I might teach your Majesty to fire off a cannon. It makes a splendid noise." The king clapped his hands. "Wonderful, but we have no cannon." "Then I shall make one," said the professor. "I shall need silk ropes, needles, and the finest stomach drops. They make excellent powder." He was given everything he asked for. All the people gathered to see the new cannon cast. But what they did not know was that the professor was secretly building a balloon. When it was ready, vast and trembling with power, he said, "I must take it into the air to cool it." The princess insisted that her flea remain to amuse her. "I forbid you to take him." "But Your Highness," said the professor, "I cannot manage the balloon alone. Only the flea is trained to help me." Reluctantly, she held out her hand and let the flea go. The professor placed it on his wrist, stepped into the basket, and cried, "Let go the ropes." The people thought he said, "Fire the cannon," and obeyed. The balloon leapt skyward, rising higher and higher until it vanished beyond the clouds. The princess, her family, and the entire tribe waited for the cannon to cool and for their visitors to return. They are waiting still, but the professor and the flea never went back. They returned instead to the civilized world, where they now travel first class, not fourth. They perform in grand theaters and dine in splendid hotels. Their balloon is the wonder of the age, and no one dares ask how they obtained it. They are rich, now respectable folk, the professor and the flea, the two clever wanderers who once escaped from the land of savages, borne aloft by the dream that first sent a man into the sky. The tallow candle, it sizzled and hissed softly, as if whispering the first lullaby of creation. The cauldron trembled over the dancing fire, and from the molten cradle of heat and tallow was born something pure and slender, a candle white as morning snow, smooth as polished ivory. Its shape was delicate, its form elegant, and those who beheld it could not help but feel that here was a promise made flesh, a promise of brightness, of warmth, of light that would one day shine forth for the good of all who wandered in darkness. The sheep had given it its body, soft, white, and clean, like the fleece on a winter hillside. From the melting pot, it had received its spirit, a yearning for the flame, an unspoken destiny that one day fire would run through its marrow and bone and make it truly alive. Thus it entered the world with the best of hopes, a heart full of faith, and a dream of radiance. It believed its life would be a hymn of light, that every flicker it gave would mean something good, something kind. In the beginning, the world smiled upon it. Everywhere it looked, there were wonders, mirrors that caught its gleam, polished spoons that winked in return, brass pots that admired its slim reflection. You will glow in grand halls, they said. You were born for the company of chandeliers, not for dusty corners. The candle listened, and in its waxen chest it felt pride begin to stir, innocent, gentle pride. It wanted to do right, to shine purely, to be of use. But the world that had flattered it soon forgot its own words. It saw the candle not as a being of purpose, but as a tool for convenience. Rough hands seized it, smudged its whiteness, and left sooty fingerprints upon its sides. The candle, too trusting, did not resist. It thought, if I give them light, they will care for me in return. But no such care came. Its brightness dimmed. Its once pristine skin grew gray and spotted. Those who touched it did not see its inner glow, only a surface they could use and discard. As time passed, the candle began to understand sorrow. The pure wax that once promised eternity was now covered with grime. The beautiful promise seemed lost. Those who might have appreciated its light now turned away, fearful of the dirt that clung to it. And those who had used it before no longer found it bright enough for their needs. It has lost its shine, they said. It is good for nothing. So they cast it aside. The candle lay forgotten on a shelf in a cold room, surrounded by dust and cobwebs. It remembered its birth, its bright beginnings, and wondered if they had been only a dream. Was I created only to be spoiled? It asked the silence. Why do I exist if not to shine? And if I was meant to shine, Why does no one see the light still living inside me? The questions melted in its heart like slow tears. It thought, long and hard, perhaps too long. For the more it thought, the darker its world seemed to grow. It felt as though the grime outside had crept inward, veiling its own soul. Days passed like empty shadows. The candle had almost given up believing in itself when one evening the door creaked open and a faint spark entered the room. A little tinder box, worn and humble, but carrying within it a secret fire. The tinder box noticed the candle at once. It did not mock its dirt or turn away from its scars. Instead, it saw through them straight into the still pure core within. "Ah," whispered the tinder box, "you are not ruined. You are only waiting to be awakened." The candle trembled, half in fear, half in hope. "Do you truly see me?" it asked softly. "I see what lies beneath," replied the tinder box. "I see the good you have kept safe all this time." And so, with gentle care, it touched its spark to the candle's wick. A breath of light leapt forth, at first timid, then confident, then joyous. The candle's heart melted in gratitude, and its flame rose tall and golden like a torch at a wedding feast. Warmth filled the forgotten room, chasing away the cobwebs and the gloom. The candle glowed with such brilliance that every dark corner seemed to blush with life again. It saw its reflection shining in the windows and felt for the first time complete. Droplets of wax rolled slowly down its sides, smooth and round like pearls. They were not tears of sorrow, but seeds of new creation, tiny offerings that covered the old stains layer by layer until nothing of the grime remained visible. Each drop was both flesh and spirit, born of the union between the candle and the flame, a living symbol of purpose fulfilled. Now others came drawn by the gentle light. Moths fluttered in wonder. Shadows danced along the walls. "Look," they murmured, "it shines again." And indeed, it did brightly, kindly, steadily. The candle had found its rightful place to bring warmth to the cold, to bring sight to the lost, to remind every onlooker that purity can live beneath even the thickest layer of soot. It understood now that the world's rejection had been part of its making. Without darkness, its light would have had no meaning. Without pain, it would never have known compassion. It had been a candle all along, only waiting for the right flame to awaken its soul. From that day forward, the tallow candle burned with serene pride. It no longer feared the melting of its body, for it knew that every drop given was a gift returned to life itself. Night after night, it shone sometimes in lonely corners, sometimes beside joyful company, but always with the same steady heart. And when at last its flame grew small, and the final spark drifted upward like a sigh, it left behind no bitterness, only a soft fragrance and the memory of light. For the candle had lived, truly it had burned, it had given, it had loved, and in that giving it had found eternity.